So we'll make a start because we need to select a vice chair for this committee. Okay, so we can go live when you're ready. Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Councillor Thornborough and I am the Vice Chair of this committee. I'd like to welcome you all to the Cambridge City Council's Planning Committee taking place at 10 a.m. on Wednesday, the 1st of April. I will now roll call councillors alphabetically by surname so that public can see who they are. Are you present, Howard?
Present.
Illingworth?
Present.
Porra?
Present, Chair.
And Todd Jones?
Yes, present, Chair.
Apologies have been received from councillors Smart, Dryden and Griffin. We are quorate because we have more than 3 members, which is good. So as the chair has sent his apologies for today, I will chair this meeting. But we need to nominate and put in place a vice chair for this meeting only. Are there any nominations for vice chair for this meeting? Councillor Illingworth.
Yes, I'd like to nominate Councillor Porra.
Do we have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Todd Jones. Can we just have a raise? Can we just have a raise our hands to confirm that position for this meeting?
I'm not in Teams.
Thank you. So we have Councillor Porra as Vice Chair. Thank you. So the officers permanently at the table for this meeting are the Delivery Manager, Toby Williams, Legal Advisor, Richard Pitt, Committee Manager, Sarah Michael, and Producer, Matt Hussey. Other officers and public speakers will join us throughout the course of the meeting, and I'll introduce them at the start of the relevant agenda items. Bit of housekeeping. If anyone has problems hearing me throughout the meeting, please alert me by waving your hands or advising a council officer. We aim to take a 45-minute lunch break between noon and 2 p.m. Please can those present in the council chamber note that everything on your desk could be broadcast at any point as the cameras within the room follow the microphone being switched on. If you're following the Teams meeting here in the room on your laptop, your audio, microphone and camera must be switched off. If the fire alarm sounds, please follow officers who will leave the room and exit the building via the Pease Hill staircase and exit. Do not use the lift. Please can those participating in the meeting via live stream indicate that you wish to speak via the chat column or raised hand option and switch off your microphone and camera unless you're invited to speak. If a report officer drops out of the committee due to poor broadband signal, the senior officer present will take over their presentation or report and respond to questions. The process for each planning application will be: the case officer will give a brief introduction to his or her report, questions of clarification from members to the officer, then registered speakers will be invited to have their say. There will be 3 minutes for those speaking in support and 3 minutes for those speaking against, unless I have advised otherwise. The committee manager will ring a bell when you have 30 seconds remaining. Once the public speakers have addressed the committee, their speaking time is over. Public speakers are unable to join in with the councillor debate. I think after we will also have ward councillors who may wish to come in at that point, and they do not have limited speaking time. The committee will then discuss, debate the item and may ask questions of the case officer. At the end of the deliberation, I will ask the planning delivery manager to summarise the officer's recommendation, which will pick up any amendments made during the debate. I will then ask members to vote on the officer's recommendation by a show of hands. Only those present in the chamber can vote or propose or second recommendations. For the comfort of councillors, officers and public, I may choose to call short breaks during the proceedings. If councillors or officers require a break at any point, please indicate to me and I'll halt proceedings at the next convenient opportunity. We'll move on to agenda item 3. Please could councillors declare if they have any declarations of interest and identify which application their declaration relates to. We have no show of hands, so if you think of something during an item, you can let us know a bit later. So we'll move on to agenda item 4. Minutes of the last meeting, which was on the 4th of March, have been submitted to this meeting for approval. If there are any concerns, please could members raise them now, otherwise I shall approve them as a correct record. Okay, there's no show of hands, so we will approve those as a correct record. I haven't got a pen, but I'll sign it. So we move on to item 5, which is the first item on the agenda of planning applications. So it is planning application number 25/05050/FUL, 80 and 82 Lovell Road. And we are joined by public speakers. We're going to have the public speakers now. So would the public speak? Okay. Yes. So we'll hand over now to the case officer, Melissa Reynolds, to present the application to us. Thank you, Melissa.
Melissa, could you use your microphone?
Apologies. Can everybody hear me okay? Yeah. This is a full planning application. I'll read out the description. It's the demolition of an existing commercial greenhouse, erection of a 1.5-storey, 4-bedroom self-build dwelling, together with 2 new parking spaces for the proposed dwelling with EV park charging, repurposing of shared private drive between 80 and 82 Lovell Road, new vehicle turning head enabling forward gear exit, relocated entrances for 80 and 82 Lovell Road to the front of the properties, new drop curb for 82 Lovell Road driveway, retention of 1 parking space each for 80 and 82 Lovell Road accessed from Lovell Road, and planting a new line of trees to improve shielding of views of the Science Park, together with enhanced landscaping, including native hedgerows, addition of biodiversity enhancements, including provision for protected species. The application site includes the 2 semi-detached properties at 80 and 82 Lovell Road. Sorry, my slide says 90, ignore that. And the access will come between those 2 properties, and it includes this land to the rear with up to 90 Lovell Road, which is why the reference is there to that. And the Science Park is over here. There has been a bit of recent history on this application. An earlier application for the erection of a self-build dwelling, alterations to existing access and alterations to 80 and 82 Lovell Road was refused last year. Prior to that, the only really relevant application was the one that you see here from 1977 for the erection of a greenhouse, which was undertaken and is still currently on site in a slightly dilapidated state, as you'll see. So the proposal, just to go for it again, it's quite a lot there. Maybe members can read it as well. So the greenhouse will go, so that's demolition of that. There'll be a new 1.5-storey, 4-bedroom self-build dwelling, 2 parking spaces for proposed dwelling, EV charging, shared driveway, repurposed for 80 and 82 Lovell Road, new vehicle turning, enabling forward gear exit, that's for the new dwelling. Relocated entrances for 80 and 82 Lovell Road to the front of properties, new drop curb for 82 Lovell Road, driveway because it doesn't have one presently. Retention of one parking space each for 80 and 82 Lovell Road, access from Lovell Road, and the landscaping and biodiversity enhancements, including tree planting, hedgerows and other measures to protect species. So this is the existing site. So you've got parking to the front of the dwellings and access is down the side to their rear gardens, and then there's this large swathe of land behind. This area here is the land that's associated with one of the car garages on Milton Road, and then there's a tree belt along here that's part of the guided busway landscaping. So the application proposes a 1.5 storey dwelling in this quite large site and removal of that glass house that's there. It would create this new access between the two dwellings, and that would necessitate the reprovision of the car parking and front entrances created for these two dwellings. Currently they're accessed from the side of the properties. And this one here would need to have a drop curb put in to be able to create that parking space there. Otherwise, I think we've been through the description a few times now. I hope this is clear enough. Tell me if you need me to make it bigger, but these are the existing elevations. There are oriel windows on the side of each of the properties, which has been mentioned in a number of the representations. They would be removed because they overhang that area between the two properties in order to enable the access, and these front entrances would be added where there's currently a small window on each of the front entrances. No other changes particularly to the actual dwellings, apart from a little internal rejigging. So these are the proposed plans. It is a modest 1.5 modern design dwelling using modern quality materials, quite typically the sort of architecture that we're currently seeing in Cambridge. And it would be a self-build unit. So I've just got some photos for members who aren't familiar with Lovell Road. So I'm really sorry, my typing's a bit bad today, but that was supposed to say 80 to 82, not 28, so apologies for that. This is number 82, and this is number 80. These are the oriel windows I mentioned. You can see there's currently parking in here for the property here. This parking space for this property would need to move here where the drop curb would go in, and these windows would become doorways. Just for members, we've referenced a couple of times now, the oriel windows, they aren't, in my opinion, high quality. They are a feature in the street, which again has been mentioned in a number of representations, but you'll also note that they are set back from the fronts. They're not also particularly obvious from the street. This is an image of the rear of numbers 80 and 82. There is a conservatory on the back of number 80 and a single-storey extension on the back of 82. For context, I think this helps just members to understand how big this site is. It is quite a large area, so the access would come up here through the two properties into this really quite large area of land. This piece would be the garden to the property, and the house would be in here at 1.5 storeys high. Currently just overgrown. Oh, and this, just to mention, this is the quite large greenhouse that's doesn't currently have glass, and I don't think it's been used for a long time. For context, this is the car garage. This is adjacent to the site, so this is the rear boundary of the site. This is actually the rear boundary to one of the properties, but you can see the greenhouse there, and you can see where the house would go in here, and you can see the Science Park buildings behind, and the tree hedge line to the guided busway along here. So in terms of consultee comments, we've had no objections or no responses, and a number of third-party representations from residents of Lovell Road 32, which is one of the reasons it's brought here today. And one of the local members asked for it to be considered at planning committee. She has some concerns about the proposal. Material considerations, it does deliver a house. Importantly, in terms of planning balance, we've given quite a bit of weight to the fact that it's a self-build property, which we would secure. Concerns have been raised about the fact that it's contrary to the pattern of development in the area by introducing backland development where there currently hasn't been any. Design and layout, amenity, parking, traffic and highway safety. A lot of residents have raised concerns about Lovell Road is quite a busy road, although it is a residential street. Ecology and biodiversity, construction impacts, infrastructure capacity, and some concerns about by introducing backland development opens up the rear of the properties, and some people have raised concerns about the security of the rear of their back gardens. So in terms of the planning balance, members will note that it's a self-build dwelling. We've given great weight to that in the planning balance. And then in terms of the issues, the key one is that it's a pattern of development, which contrary to the current pattern of development in the area. Apologies, it's meant to say just approve, subject to a unilateral undertaking to secure the self-build status and the council's monitoring costs in relation to that. Thank you, members.
Thank you very much, Alyssa. So first of all, we'll have questions of clarification. I have a question of clarification, but I'll go to members first. Councillor Illingworth.
Thank you, Chair. In the proposed site plan, I see there are bins marked for houses number 1882, and also something called a drag distance, which I assume is where you would have to pull the bins out ready into the street for the bin lorry to collect. There are no bins marked for the new house, and I'm just wondering where they're supposed to go and whether the drag distance is acceptable in planning terms or not. The other question I'd like answered is, clearly for houses number 1882, there are several really quite major internal changes to their floor plans. Do they form part of this planning application? Is it a separate planning application, or do they not need planning to make those internal changes? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Illingworth. We'll go to Melissa now. Thank you.
Oh, I think my mic's still on. Apologies. Yes, so I can't remember what the drag distances are, but from a waste collection point of view and building regulations, you can have, I think it's 30 metres and then 25 metres. So actually for the new dwelling, that's fine. There is an area on the plan, I think it's that, I can't remember if that's that or the bike store. And then the new collection points for the existing dwellings are in here with bike stores, and we can condition that as well. So that meets the waste team's requirements in terms of bin collection. The bins would have to be taken out to the road still. The refuse team would not be expected to drive along that driveway to access the bins for collection. So they would be brought to the street here like all the other residences do. In terms of the internal changes to 80 and 82, they are fairly minor and they would normally fall under permitted development. There isn't any additions externally other than taking away the oriel windows, which wouldn't need planning permission. And again, drop curbs on a non-classified road don't normally require planning permission, they're permitted development, but they've been included in this application because it forms part of the wider scheme. The internal changes are quite small. They'd probably wouldn't need to have building regulations consent, but they wouldn't be a planning consideration for us, although they have provided the layout plans to satisfy us that it is possible without, it's not really material planning consideration for this application.
Councillor Porra.
Thank you. I had a few questions. So condition 14 asks to move the cycle parking to the front of the house for 80 and 82. Is there room for that, given that we're putting in a front door drive and a car parking space? Because I was struggling to see how that would fit. I noticed there was an issue about an SSSI site, which I think was just Natural England getting their geography wrong, but could the officer just confirm that that has fallen away? Could I ask, the previous application that was refused, was that also self-build or not? Just because that would be interesting in terms of the weighting. And finally, could the officer just talk about the trees that would be taken down? Because it mentions a group of trees, and if you look on Google Earth, there's a lot of trees where the greenhouse is, so I wasn't clear whether the group's related to the new build or the demolition of the greenhouse. Thank you.
I'll pass over to you, Melissa. Thank you.
Thank you. It is a bit tight at the front, and I did spend quite a lot of time measuring it to make sure that actually the front of the properties, they have bay windows which aren't really picked up on these. So I have referenced previous applications for neighbouring properties to make sure, by asking for it as part of a planning condition, we can make sure that that works. So if it won't go there, I think it will, but if it won't, there is an acceptable alternative in terms of they've got adequate back gardens, and in circumstances where you can't have it at the front, it's acceptable to have it at the back. And bearing in mind that they're existing dwellings as well, there's a limit to how much we could push that particular point, but I think something is achievable. And then the triple SSI site, we're getting this on most applications in the city. We're not clear about which triple SSIs it relates to, but we think it's the Cherry Hinton chalk pits. The triple SSI impact risk zones are quite large. Toby will correct me, but we're basically taking the approach that it would stymie any development in the city if we were to apply that consideration. It's about the impact of residents on demand for leisure for using those triple SSIs, which, Cherry Hinton is the other side of Cambridge to this site. I'd be surprised if a lot of the residents here even know it exists. No offence to the residents of Lovell Road, I apologise. The previous refusal, let me just go back to the planning history. I don't think it was specified that it was self-build. Wait a second. I can't actually remember. Oh, that was specified as a self-build. It wasn't refused on those grounds. It was refused on grounds relating to the pattern development and the impact of that dwelling. Trees. There are some quite large trees along this boundary. I think they would need to have some potentially tree protection measures, but they are garden trees and the tree officer hasn't raised any objections. The large area that becomes garden land, there are some trees on there. I think, I'm not a tree expert, they look like fruit trees to me, probably in relation to the fact that there was a greenhouse on the site, a commercial greenhouse. But there's no reason why they can't be retained, but that would fall in the garden land for the new property. So again, they don't have any statutory protection in that regard, so they could be removed. We'd like them to stay, but they could be removed as part, and they would be counted, I think, as part of the biodiversity value for the site as well, as existing trees. I think I've answered all your questions, I hope.
Councillor Porra, do you want to come back?
I was just, when you look on Google Maps, the greenhouse is completely full of trees, it appears. So I suppose my question is, are we satisfied that if those are not trees going to be felled, there are enough conditions to make sure that when that demolition happens, I don't know if you're able to get the Google map. I appreciate it may be slightly out of date and I appreciate they may not be protected, but I just want to be absolutely clear because I know they're category C, the tree officer hasn't objected, but from my view of that part of the garden, there seem to be quite a substantial tree growth there. Thank you.
Can you use your...
Apologies. I have a photo. I don't know if you'd like me to share it on the screen. There are some plants, there are some shrubs growing up in the greenhouse, but they're not what I would call trees. Whether or not they were there, it's greenery, it is overgrown, possibly brambles and such like. The site has been cleared to an extent, apart from the trees that I mentioned, which have been retained. Again, there's nothing we could have done about that. So, yeah.
So, on your slide, your summary slide, did you have that it was to be approved or refused subject to the S106?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I haven't done very well with my presentation.
It
was recommended for approval, subject to unilateral agreement being agreed to secure the self-build status and the council's monitoring costs.
Is there any risk that that's not going to come through? I mean, how clear are we on that?
The applicant has indicated in writing that they're willing to enter into a Section 106 or a unilateral undertaking. They're currently waiting for our assistance in providing the wording because following some recent appeals, the legal team are trying to come up with a template that can be used. Richard would like to speak.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Yeah, a unilateral undertaking is a form of Section 106, so it's made under Section 106 of the Town and Country Planning Act. But it's one way, so it's where the applicant or the owners promise to do something, transfer money, have various obligations, but it's to the council rather than the council being a covenanting party. Until we receive that, the planning permission won't be issued. So I think it's just making sure that it's clear that the resolution is that in the absence of a UU, then the permission will not go out.
Thank you very much. If there's no further matters of clarification, I will move on to the speakers. So we have Mark Galinsky, a Level Road resident who is an objector, has put a statement, we have a statement from him on the meeting website, but that won't be included. It won't be read out, but it's there and I hope the members have had a chance to read it. And we have an objector, Lee Wood, who is a resident of Lovell Road. Are you Mr. Lee? Yes. Can you just check the microphone is working? Yep.
Yeah, thank you.
You have 3 minutes now, and the officers will let you know 30 seconds before your time finishes. You can start when you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Lee and I've lived on Lowell Road for over 40 years. I'm speaking on behalf of at least 30 households that strongly object to this application. Not a single comment has been submitted in support of this, and that should speak volumes. The applicant claims that this is a self-built home for his family. Legally, in the UK, under the Housing and Planning Act 2016, a self-build is strictly defined as a house commissioned as an individual's sole or main residence, rather than a property built by a developer for commercial profit. However, to my knowledge, the applicant runs several property development companies. The idea of his family living in the back garden of a property he rents out long-term, I can't believe. He has sought previously for several houses to be built on this site that has been rejected. This is a textbook example of garden grabbing that prioritises profit over community. If approved, it sets a dangerous precedent for future infill that will permanently erode the unique family-friendly character of our neighbourhood. The applicant claims that a large commercial greenhouse exists on the site. This is factually incorrect. Long-term residents confirm this was built decades ago by a former resident for his personal gardening hobby. No commercial enterprise has ever operated operated there. The road is narrow. It's used as a cut-through to Milton Road and a route for learner drivers. Parking is already at capacity. Emergency services and delivery lorries frequently struggle to manoeuvre along the road. The addition of new access points and increased vehicle movement will heighten the risk of accidents. Furthermore, moving the entrance doors from the side to the front will cause a problem, as shown on page 6 of the planning pack. The cars are exactly where the new front doors will be sited, meaning the vehicles will have to park on the road. Plan states the side access is 4.1 metres wide, but with drains and pipework it is actually only 3.1 metres wide. And the side bathrooms, if you take that away, that's 2/3 of a bathroom. You're going to have a bathroom that's 3 foot wide, which is ridiculous. On behalf of all the residents, I ask you to weigh the facts, respect the unanimous local opposition, and recognise the severe impacts on safety, infrastructure and character that this will cause. Please save our streets' historic backland and refuse this application. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr Wood. Slightly over, but is there much extra time? So we have a supporter, the applicant Daniel Austin. Hello, Mr. Austin.
Hello.
So you've asked that there'll be some information to the committee while speaking, and I think this has been verified by the planning officer that the details are already in the public domain. Is that? Can you confirm that, Melissa?
Yes, that's correct. I just need to get it on my screen. Apologies, just bear with me. Apologies, Chair, I can't find the slide that Mr Austin's provided. Can I just ask him, is it in an email to me or is it by Teams? Yeah, let me see that, okay. Apologies for the
I can
delay.
see that. Do you want the screens brought round or members? You okay?
Ooh. Is that better?
Okay, Mr. Austin, when you're ready, you may start. Yep.
Sorry.
Thank you. Chair and members, my name's Daniel Austin and I'm here with my wife Sarah to ask you to support our application to self-build a home for our family on Lovell Road, despite any aspersions you might hear to the contrary today. This application returns to you with a clear recommendation for approval from the officer and with no consultee objections. The scheme has been amended to directly address the previous reasons for refusal. Firstly, access and safety. Members previously raised concerns about the proximity of the proposed access to the entrance doors of 80 and 82. As you've heard, both entrance doors have been relocated to the front elevations, removing any conflict with the access drive and providing plenty of adequate parking and pedestrian access to the front of the properties. The highway offices and the officer have concluded that the scheme now provides safe and suitable access in accordance with policy. Secondly, policy 52 and the issue of garden subdivision. The land is derelict. It is not operated as a domestic garden for decades. It contains a dilapidated commercial greenhouse. Yes, there was a planning approval for a commercial greenhouse of a footprint far larger than that of the new self-built home that we are proposing. The land is not visible from the street scene, and even if it were, in its current state, it cannot be reasonably said to make a positive contribution to the character of the area. Officers have carefully assessed our proposal against each criteria of Policy 52 and conclude that they are all met. Whilst we appreciate that members may still have concerns regarding the backland nature of the development, the reality is that in-depth development is already characteristic of Lovell Road and the King's Hedges area. It's evidenced in the planning proposal that we put together. It's not subjective opinion, it is evidenced fact. Ultimately, officers have looked at this and concluded that any harm arising from a deviation from prevailing pattern is extremely limited and not sufficient to warrant refusal. Their words. Now, we acknowledge that there has been coordinated objections from the residents of Lovell Road, who have also actively engaged councillors to make representations on their behalf today. We understand that development inevitably raises concerns. However, we have taken great care in designing this proposal before you today to minimise any impact. This is borne out by the fact that the scheme has not received any technical objections from statutory consultees. And despite any aspersions you may hear today, it also cannot legally be an HMO because we're going to secure it through a 106 agreement. The question for members is therefore whether any representations that you will hear today amount to a valid and defensible reason for refusal. A reason, what's more, capable of being upheld at appeal in the absence of any technical grounds from consultees or officers. Planning decisions must be made on evidence and policy, not on perception or politics. The Council is currently 456 self-build permissions short of meeting its statutory duty.
You
And
need
in
to
that
wrap
context,
up now, Mr. Austin, please. Can
Sorry?
you just wrap up now? Thank you.
Sure. Refusing a self-build proposal that is both technically compliant and officer recommended would be extremely difficult to justify. We thank you.
Thank you. Now we have Councillor Gawthorpe-Wood.
Okay, so this is a new application. Unfortunately, this application does suffer from some of the major problems as the previous application, 25-00174/full, which came to committee last year. I think in trying to alleviate many of the problems that were highlighted there, it's actually introduced new problems. And I think also the very practical reasons why backland development here has not in the past been successful. I have to say Lovell Road is not typical of the streets and roads in King's Hedges. It's quite discreet. Now this land, these gardens, currently back onto the rear of the Vintners site. So at some future stage, that site may be developed, and there may be access then. But at the moment, my worries are, right, location, access, current amenity. So this relies on the development of backland, which is against our existing plan. That's the first thing. Secondly, and in lots of ways, this would constitute a loss of amenity for current residents. There are still access issues remain with the new road and entrance of vehicles being built between the two existing semi-detached houses and access to a very narrow road that is Lovell Road. Lovell Road currently has problems because it was built when there were far fewer cars about. I urge members to look at this before worsening the existing problems. Even with widening display and visibility for vehicles going in and out of the new building, this won't solve but will exacerbate these existing problems. 80 and 82 will entirely lose their front gardens to one parking space each. You can already see that at the moment a van cannot easily get the one that's parked in the picture. It would be very, very difficult to get that to the rear of the property. And as I said, Lovell Road is already narrow and designed and built when there were far fewer cars. And in a sense, their front gardens will continue and have been, but will be compromised even worse for the front gardens for 80 and 82. So the access to the new house uses the existing 80-82 narrow entrance. It's designed for access to for the occupants of the existing houses to their wooden garages, conservatories, and is barely wide enough for vehicles, and not for easy access to the new dwelling at the rear. I think it will mean that the gates and access to the gardens and the existing garages and conservatory will either need to be removed or will be compromised. And I assume that for security there will be high wooden fences going around the existing backwork garden for 80 and 82, which of course will formally be smaller. Certainly for, I think it's 82. Now it also means, and I know this has been addressed, the main doors on the sides of the houses will be moved to the front of the house. And the first floor windows, which have these oriel windows, which are the side oriel windows, sorry, they're a feature of the street. All the houses have these. One of the key things, though, is the new development will require the existing houses to have a full remodel of their first floor internal layout, and probably even the stairs. And the bathroom sizes, Mr. Wood has said, I mean, I know I've been in those bathrooms, are very small, but if you take that oriel window away, it's an integral bathroom. So the integral part of the bathroom. So that either the bathrooms will have to be moved or they'll be minute. They won't be able to have a bath in there. Downstairs, there's the issue of the changing entryways, as the main doors rightly would have to be moved to the front. This also changes the design of the street, where it's normal to have the side used as the main entry. And I think also it will mean that the downstairs will also have to be rearranged, because you've got the front door coming into what would be now the front room, and the stairs would have to be moved. So it's the stairs or the front door, front room, both. Now, mention of the greenhouse. Whatever planning permission was granted back in 1977, this really described a large greenhouse. There never has been a commercially used greenhouse on the site. Apart from anything else, the access would be too poor. And it hasn't been used for very many years. I understand that. But what is now proposed will lead to such a loss of amenity, privacy, and garden space. I've already mentioned the loss of front gardens, but now with traffic coming through the narrow entry to the rear, it will mean access and use of the existing back gardens will be very constrained. And I've mentioned this about garages and gates. I would say this road, compared to another application that's coming up later today, Paget Road, is actually much narrower. So I reflect on the fact that there have been over 30 objections to this, and I think this needs to be recognised, that the design of this street it's not typical of the whole of King's Hedges. It is quite a discrete area. I think it does need to be preserved, you know, that people have extended their houses, modernised them, but what we don't need is backland being introduced with this very poor access. And these are typically 3-bedroom family houses. So they are needed, they're not enormous, but I think that this application needs to be refused. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gawthrope-Wood. So committee members will move on to discussions and questions. But before we start, I think I'll just pass over to Toby Williams, who wanted to make a few comments. Thank you.
I just want members to be absolutely crystal clear that internal alterations to houses does not require planning permission. It's not even development. If someone wants to do internal works, removal of the oriel windows would be permitted development. Any of the works outside the front of the houses, including the dropped curb, hard landscaping, etc., is also permitted development. I want to make that clear so that you're clear in your minds in terms of your consideration as to what is within members' control and what is not. Thanks.
Thank you, Toby. Where will we start? Should we start with Councillor Porra and then Councillor Ely?
Thank you, Chair. If I might, just to address some of the things raised by the applicant, Toby's picked up on some of them. There was a query between whether it's a commercial greenhouse or not. Does that matter in the sense of what we're looking at? That would be useful just to know in terms of the planning weighting. I think probably it doesn't in the sense that it's a structure, which is, I think someone mentioned, is bigger than the things that are being proposed. I think the width of the passage is interesting because that really does pick up on the policy 52 thing about vehicular access under, I think it's E. Is that big enough for a delivery van to go down? I think that's, because if it is 3.1 metres, I'm not sure if it is. And I wondered if the officer could just comment on the height and massing of the outbuildings in the rear. Because obviously, for me, this hinges on policy 52 and whether the self-build and the benefits are overcome by some of the previous reasons for refusal, and particularly A, C and E of that policy, I think. So it would be really useful just to get an idea of the size of the ones in the area, which clearly the previous planning committee, which I wasn't sitting on, were worried about. The concern I have at the moment is it is that balance between, it was also a self-build when it was refused, but policy 52 says it does have to be appropriate to the surrounding pattern of development and the character of the area. And I'm not so worried about biodiversity. I had some concerns, but I think the officers addressed that, so that they've fallen away for me, and the vehicle access arrangements. So that's where I'm sitting. I note the officer has said this is finely balanced. It is finely balanced for me too at the moment, so I'd really welcome some clarification, particularly on the access. And finally, I don't know whether this will come down to Richard and Toby or the officer, we've talked before about enforcing self-build, you know, because there is a concern, which I appreciate the applicant has said they're not going to do, they're going to be living in it. But can someone please just explain to me how that will be confirmed and what the penalty would be were it to, say, be sold after 6 months, which may happen, you know, for family circumstances. How confident are we that the enforcement of the self-build, which obviously we're being asked to give some weight to, is robust? Because at one point we were talking about whether we had a register, whether we fed back, but I'm not sure we have I'm not sure how our enforcement team are positioned on that at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Porra. I think Melissa will that was 4 questions, at least 4. I will hand over to you now, and if you want to ask Richard or Toby anything, please do. Thank you.
Chair. So the width of the passage, otherwise known as the access, is, hang on a second, I've got the plans open here. At ground level, 3.1 metres wide, which is adequate to get a modern vehicle down. I mean, there wouldn't be any overhangings. It's perfectly possible to design things like drains and what have you, so they're not in that area. And yeah, from a planning point of view, would be absolutely fine. Height and massing of outbuildings. From my site visit, you could see some sort of fairly typical garden outbuildings. I do have some pictures which I can share from the back, and I've got Google Earth up. Nothing as substantial as a 1.5 storey dwelling, but there were some outbuildings for sure. The greenhouse is quite large in terms of the area it covers. It is a significant area that would be removed. You noted the pattern of the area, which I think is more of a comment than a question, if I'm correct. And then
It was just how, with your
and
picture,
then-
it was how the proposed 1.5 stories sits within the pattern of those other background developments,
see.
which you're saying are 1 story predominantly.
So there were, from what I could see, the outbuildings in the area were single-storey garden buildings. I couldn't see anything that was as tall as this, but 1.5 stories isn't particularly tall, especially given that it's set quite far back in relation to the rear of the houses in Lovell Road. So the context is important. It's not, the distance between the properties and from the guided busway, which I did have a look at myself last week from the guided busway, and it is well screened by trees. And because you've got the car parking area to the garage, it's also a little bit of separation. I don't think you'd be particularly aware of it from those public viewpoints. Something that Toby and I considered when coming to the recommendation is that actually the views of this house through the gap between the properties is very much a glimpse view as you're passing. And at the moment what you see in that view is garden fence and an outbuilding, and because of the distance, it's not actually particularly dissimilar, and this building is a good quality design using high quality materials, and on balance we felt that actually it's not harmful in that sense. You asked about how we would enforce the section 106, which I think Richard's going to answer for you.
Thanks, through you, Chair. In the unilateral undertaking, there is a restriction on only the. I'll actually read the wording of the model which has been used across South Cambs. So, during the protected occupation period, a dwelling shall be occupied by the party who directly acquires the plot from the owners, and then from the date of first occupation until the expiration of the protected occupation period, dwelling shall be used as the principal residence of the party who completes the purchase of the plot or any individual that has purchased the dwelling from a mortgagee or chargee. And it has to be completed only to a person registered with the council and recorded on the register maintained pursuant to section 1 of the 2015 Act. So I think you referred to a register. South Cambs have one, I think, from what Toby says, the city has one. And there is also going to be through the section, through the UU, covenant actually placed on the property separately. We say that private rights, the deeds, etc., have nothing to do with planning, but on this occasion, then that restriction is also going to be put on that. Any breach of the UU is enforceable through the courts as a contractual claim or an injunction. So there can be, in extreme examples, theoretically, the council could intervene and put an injunction on the property. So I hope that helps.
think it's a 3-year protection period.
Sorry, yes, it's 3 years
Yeah.
standard.
The other thing that's worth mentioning in the plans pack, if you look at pages 7 and 8, are quite interesting. There's some analysis that the applicants have done with regard to the character of the area, Lovell Road, and some backland development also off King's Hedges Road that borders onto the guided busway. So that's quite an interesting analysis. Certainly it gives you an idea of the footprint of some of those outbuildings, which Mel has said are mainly single story, and obviously there are some 2-story dwellings off King's Hedges Road further to the northwest.
I think, thank you very much. I think, I'm not sure if the question about whether this is about commercial greenhouse, whether that's relevant or not, that's been brought up a couple of times. Could you maybe explain that? Thank you.
Yeah, bear with me a second while I just pull back up my presentation, which has the history in. So, from a planning point of view, in 1977, the description was for erection of a greenhouse, and it was permitted. That's all the information I have because it's such an old application. We have to take it at face value. I don't know whether it's been used commercially or not. We don't have that information. The fact is there has been a greenhouse. It's quite large, and it's now in a fairly dilapidated state with no glass in and plants growing, trees and shrubs growing up through it. I don't know whether it's been used commercially, don't have that information. I'm not sure how I'd find that out other than local comments that we've received.
I don't think it has a bearing, Councillor. The applicant's not seeking to argue that somehow there was commercial traffic for the greenhouse coming up and down an access. It's really the presence of something built form in that rear area. I don't think it takes the decision maker one way or another in terms of how they might wish to vote on the application, would be my view.
Toby, can I just ask you referred us to page 8 of the development pack, and there are some examples of other backland development in just north of this. Can you explain how those developments are accessed and whether there's any similarities to this application or not?
It doesn't appear to be, Chair. So the King's Hedges Road is from Gary Drive, which appears to be the fully formed access. I haven't been down the kind of bit of Gary Drive that runs parallel to the Cambridge Guided Busway. That looks narrower in my view than the main access.
Thank you. So we go to Councillor Illingworth for your questions.
Thank you, Chair. I was going to ask about the self-build aspect, but I think we've covered that now. Councillor Gawthorpe mentioned the width of the access and related it to the Padgett Road application, which is coming up, but I'm not sure if we can discuss one application against another. But it looks to me that the Padgett Road width is pretty similar to what's being proposed here, around about 4 metres. And the largest vehicle mentioned on that planning application would be the largest bin lorry, which is 2.5 metres. So is there any objection at all to this width, or is the width of this proposed passageway acceptable.
Pass that on to Melissa, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The width, as I mentioned previously, is 3.1 metres. To give you an idea, the average car parking space is 2.5 metres wide. It meets the requirements for the local highway authority for single accesses to serve one dwelling, because the two existing houses will have their accesses at the front. It's not like a shared drive where we would normally expect it to be 5 metres wide. It's perfectly adequate for one family dwelling. Bin lorries, as I mentioned in my presentation, wouldn't be expected to go down that access. They would be stopping on the road, at level road, and bins will be presented at the highway for the waste collection crews to collect and empty, and then the occupiers would move it. That distance is within building regulations and the council's own standards for distances, so it's fine from our point of view. Yeah, I hope that answers the question.
Do you have any more questions, Councillor Inman?
Just on the backland development, I'm a bit confused about the acceptability of backland development, because I know there's a lot of backland development which has happened in Cambridge, and that includes nearly the whole of the city. It's not just bits of the city that have suffered from it. These gardens at the back of Lovell Road are particularly generous. So I'm just wondering what the overall sort of objection to a backland development is in terms of how it's really viewed, given the fact that there's a lot of it has already happened in the city.
Thank you. Melissa?
Thank you, Chair. So there isn't an objection. We've got policies that support the use of garden land. I think it's policy 52, from memory. Toby's nodding. And there are criteria in there. So it's not to say that backland development is a hard no. It's to say that it will be accepted in certain circumstances. And in the report, we've gone through the criteria that we would consider acceptable. And on this occasion, we concluded that against those, I think it's 5 or 6 criteria, it's acceptable. And that would be the same criteria as applied to any proposal for backland development in the city. So, it would, and if it doesn't meet any of those criteria from a planning point of view, it could be contrary to a particular criteria, but then we still have to do the planning balance. So something might be, for the sake of argument, say an access might not be quite okay, this is fine, but the benefit of providing a self-built dwelling in this instance, you have to balance it, and it's not always a yes and it's not always a no. You have to look at the particular merits of the particular application in those circumstances, and everyone is different. I've waffled, I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you. Do you want to come
That's
back?
fine, thank you.
Thank you. We have Councillor Todd Jones.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, it's been quite an interesting discussion about the nature of backland development. There have been many applications before this committee with much more constrained sites where backland development has been permitted, and obviously this is much less constrained in that respect. But nevertheless, it was one of the most significant reasons for refusal in terms of the previous application, and I don't see much has changed in that respect. So I find this quite tricky. It is a very fine balance. It's a bit of a rhetorical question, but were this not a self-build proposal coming forward, would we be looking at this with a very different perspective? So it does make me wonder that the fact that it's a big emphasis in the report, and then the fact that it's a self-built site, and it seems that that's obviously a very material consideration in terms of the need coming forward in relation to the register as well. But it's not really a question to be answered. It's a bit of a question I've been wrestling with regarding were the application not a self-built site, we'll be looking at that very differently. But my main query is about the backland development, which I think has actually been answered in response to previous questions.
I think Melissa, if it's okay, Toby will come in. Thank you.
I think the other way of kind of looking at this is kind of to what extent could you demonstrate harm, real harm here? So the policy 52 takes you through, well, is there harm in terms of character, height, layout? I think that is a judgment for, is there sufficient garden space? There's ample garden space. Is amenity protected? Well, the distances are, 30 metres plus between houses. Is there adequate amenity space for retained houses? Absolutely, yes. Does it compromise comprehensive development in the area? It doesn't. So it's a question of judgment around, I think, for members here in terms of character. Are the character arguments strong enough to continue to resist the proposal or to support it? And I think sometimes thinking about actual harm is interesting in this kind of context.
Thank you. Do you want to follow on with anything else? Councillor Howard, do you want to ask any questions at this point?
The only thing that's come out for me is the precedent of backland development to the northwest. So if there's any other context on that we should be aware of.
I'd like to ask a couple of questions. Really, it's on the impact of the existing dwellings. Currently, one of the houses, 80, has where the entrance, there's on the ground floor, there's a middle room, and it only has a window facing the side property, so the side of the property where the new drive will go in. So I wonder whether there's been any consideration about the amenity of that room and whether a driveway there would affect that. And then the other area, I wonder if you could, is just really that I noticed there are 2 parking spaces for the new property, and so there'll be 2 cars going backwards and forwards. I just noticed on the site plan there's a vision display so for the new driveway coming towards the road, and the vision display is actually over the adjacent new properties, if you like, in 82 and 80, and that requires that those spaces to be kept clear so that the cars can safely leave the property and look and check if there's anybody coming down on the pavement. I wonder if my other slight concern about, I think Toby said that the front of the property can be changed through permitted development, but what if there is there anything that can be done to ensure that the access to the rear property is not blocked? There's no talk of any fencing to ensure that the driveway is retained. I don't think there's anything at the front, no condition about landscaping at the front. So I wonder if you could just, and I think Councillor Gawthorpe Wood picked up about access to the front door. So now they're at the front with the parking arrangement. I wonder if you could talk about that a bit. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So, first question, number 8. Oh, yes, I did look at that. Let me put up. So the question was around the existing dwelling. I don't know if I can make this bigger on here, sorry. So, I can't even see it myself. At the moment. There is on this property a room, I think you're talking about that faces onto the drive, which has got a window. That also has a rear window, so from an amenity point of view, I think it's their kitchen dining room. We didn't feel it was, again, strong enough to object to. The cars coming down there is going to be relatively light because it's just one dwelling. So it's not blocking light to that room. So we didn't feel like that was an issue. You've asked about the visibility displays being over the two existing dwellings. So these are pedestrian visibility displays, 2x2 visibility displays that the Highways Authority requested. So they would be either side of this new access road going into the front, or effectively the front areas of these properties. And my understanding is that this is all in the ownership of the applicant currently. We can condition, as recommended, that those pedestrian visibility displays are retained and unobstructed, and that can be enforced. I spent quite a lot of time, because I shared the concern that members have raised about the car parking at the front. I can only assure you, I can't remember the measurements off the top of my head. They work, and the spaces wouldn't block the front door. That would be necessitated by putting in the new drop curb. I don't even see my pointer very well. So there's a new drop curb to go in here for this dwelling, so the path and the access to the front door wouldn't be blocked by the cars parking, and the same here. There is a parking space. And actually I was quite surprised that people do park quite large vehicles at the front of the properties. Most of the properties along Level Road on both sides have got parking on their front gardens, and they don't block the pavement, even though they've all got these bay windows. So it does work in practice. Changes. I think we can condition that the access is retained and not blocked. I don't think it would be in the applicant's interest or the future owners, occupiers, to block the access. We can require that free condition. I'd have to check whether that's already in there. In the list of conditions, it is a fairly standard request. And I think I've already covered the access in front of the front door on my previous answer, so I think I've covered two answers in one. Have I missed anything?
No, it's just on page 6 of the information pack. There's two cars shown at the front of number 80 already, and although there's only, yes, it seems to be indicating that we'll be moving from two cars at the front to one car parking space. Is that?
Yeah, that's
part
correct.
of
So it would be, both houses would have one space. Number 80 currently has two. So it would be a reduction of one space for the existing dwelling. That makes sense.
Councillor Porrer.
Yeah, this is really difficult, because I'm looking at the previous reasons for refusal, and I think B, which was the access, has fallen away for me. I'm broadly confident that is, it's not ideal, but it's livable with. It's a shame the self-build isn't for more than 3 years, but that's what it is nationally, so we can't do anything about that. My question now is whether policy 52A has been fulfilled, which I think was summed up in the reasons for refusal A, which was that the proposed dwelling does not follow the same scale, pattern of building type, or same intended use as others. And I'm really stuck on this. It is very finely balanced. I honestly don't know which way I'm going to go on it. I don't know if the officers wanted to comment on that. I suppose my initial thoughts, okay, well, it's just one house. There's no road at the back. Sometimes we see with a little road where you then get sort of infill development. But actually, if you look at the plan, the site plan, there is car park access to the backlands, just to the east. I don't know if you could get the plan of the picture from up at Melissa. And my concern would we be setting a precedent if we put that there, that then we're going to get other, in effect, 1.5, 2-storey houses coming along that line against the science park. It might not necessarily be a bad thing, but it concerns me, because if you look on page 7, you can see where there is access and parking along there. So I suppose I'd be interested in officers' comments on, yes, probably, yeah, I think that is the parking there, isn't it? So that's looking south-east. My geography is not great. That would be my concern, is the precedent we might be setting, because it's not a completely, would we then have applications come in and go, well, there's already a 1.5 stroke 2-storey house. And the design of the house is, I appreciate high quality, but 1.5 is generous. It's got the very it's clearly got a first floor there. So for me, it's it's quite large. But I don't know if officers could just comment on that, because that's where I'm stuck at the moment, is I don't see, because it's exactly the same design of house, how it's overcome reason A for refusal at the moment.
Can I also ask, is it possible to remove permitted development rights on the house? Because it is a large house already, and permitted development rights would enable it to be increased further. And also, it is a large house, and is it possible to anybody who has a house is currently allowed, whether it's self-build or not, to have it as a short-term let for 90 days, a year? I don't think a self-build would preclude that. Is there a way that we can condition this to ensure that this remains a family house in perpetuity? I think that might be worth considering.
Thank you, Chair. So to start with Councillor Pora's point about policy 52, criteria A, so I'll read that criteria out in full. It states the form, height and layout of the proposed development is appropriate to the surrounding pattern of development and the character of the area. So what we're saying is, no, there isn't backland development at the moment, but so it's not entirely met. Houses in the street are 2-storey, this is 1.5 storey, but that doesn't necessarily mean a no, because what we're looking at is the context. So in the context of being to the rear of properties, I personally feel a 1.5 storey dwelling is more appropriate than a 2-storey dwelling, which would have more of an impact because it's bigger, more visible, etc. So again, we've made this point several times now about the balancing. Is it perfect and ideal? Probably not, if we're honest, but we're delivering a self-built dwelling and it's not bad enough to recommend refusal for. I think that's the best I can do in answering that one at this point. I personally think it will look quite nice. Everyone's got their own opinion on design. I don't think it will be visually intrusive. I think it's quite far from the layout, in terms of being from existing dwellings, that it wouldn't be overbearing to those properties. And actually, in terms of the representations received, other than the privacy impact from introducing backland development, people aren't saying, from my reading of the comments, that they're concerned about loss of light, those sorts of things that we've normally. They're worried about the amenity of the area by introducing backland development, which isn't quite the same consideration. And in terms of, you mentioned the word precedent, that isn't a material planning consideration. As we've already said, every application has to be considered on its merits. This one is a finely balanced one, and we've gone through the considerations that we've taken into account to come to our recommendation. Councillor Thornborough, I can't remember, I feel like we already put removal of permitted development rights, but Toby's going to answer that one.
So we've removed permitted development rights with regard to Class C, which is around outbuildings, particularly because the garden size is large. There would be an option to remove Class A rights, which is around extensions to dwellings without planning permission. There is the option also of removing the right through the use classes order to switch from 3 to C4. I can't see any particular reason that C4 is a small-scale HMO. I can't see any particular reason why the council would want to do that. That is an option. Then lastly, I've just put on the allocation on the screen of the M1 site, which kind of indicates that, you know, the site or the general area is not immune from change. It's anticipated that there will be some change in this area, and I assume at some point M1 that site might have kind of cut into rear gardens. I'm not sure, but the garden lengths aren't consistent. I think the DNA, the DAS plans are helpful when looking at character. I think officers have contributed probably all that we can in this space now. So over to members.
So when we've had I have no objections to the style of the building, but my main concern is introducing this access road and the vehicular movements that will go up, and that introduces in this quiet garden space quite a change to the feel. It's no longer garden. It's not. It's introducing cars coming up and down, and probably delivery vans. So that's my main concern. It's the impact on the two gardens. They're quite long gardens, but there will be an issue of vehicles and people going up and down. But I think the officers have resolved my concerns about the front, as long as there were conditions to ensure that that visibility display was kept, and that there were only one parking space in front of each house. I have a feeling that there won't be space for cycles there, and that they will have to be put in at the back. And then also the bicycles and the bins. They need to ensure that those properties, 80 and 82, would have absolutely the right of access over that access route to the front. One thing that's not being defined here is really if it's in one. Will it be in? Currently, it's one red line boundary across the whole lot. It doesn't show where the boundaries of this. If it's if it becomes a completely separate property rather than in the ownership of one house, where will the boundary lines be? Who's responsible for that access drive? So there's still some questions that will need to be resolved. Some of those are civil matters, not planning matters. Have Mike Todd-Jones and then Katie Porrer.
Just to say, I think the main issue for me still, there's an acceptance that there is harm. And if you look at 23.2 in the report, that makes it very clear that the introduction of backland development is against the prevailing pattern of development. And yes, it goes on to say that the harm is limited and still very finely balanced, but that was a fundamental reason for refusal in the past, and I don't see really that fundamental reason has much changed in this application, and that's my main issue with it.
Yeah, it's very similar to Councillor Todd-Jones. If you look on page 27, I think what I'm asking officers is the reason for refusal A last time, and I don't know whether the officers recommended refusal last time or not. I wasn't sitting for that, so whether this was going against your advice or not. It says it does not follow the same scale, pattern or building type and the same intended use. So what I think I'm asking the officer is why has the planning balance switched to say that because it's the same house in the same place? I accept the access one has fallen away, but in terms of making a sound planning decision, I need to see why that has changed in this application. And like Councillor Todd-Jones, that's where I'm stuck at the moment. Because obviously there were more reasons for refusal last time, but we only need one to refuse. So I don't know if the officer would be willing to comment why we're saying we now approve when previously it was refused.
Melissa, thank you.
Yeah, so it comes down to the planning balance again. We did revisit some appeal decisions where in similar situations, the inspector considered there to be no harm from this sort of relationship that weren't far away in terms of like the local area. And we didn't consider, for the reasons we've already elaborated on during the discussion and question and answers, that the harm is not sufficient when balancing the benefit of providing a self-build dwelling to warrant a refusal. So I hear what members are saying, and it does seem slightly uncomfortable in terms of, we've recently refused an application on these grounds, but overall we've considered the whole picture. The recommendation is for approval. I don't really know what else I can add, unless Toby can.
I think Mel's correct. I mean, I think, one of the primary reasons for refusal was quite obvious, was the second reason around access. It was very deficient. I think the first reason is a matter of judgment for the decision maker, and we came to the view that really it didn't. Did we feel confident kind of refusing it and defending an appeal? We didn't feel confident that if an inspector were looking at this, that they could kind of judge that there was sufficient harm here. So that was the view that we came, but as officers say, it's finely balanced.
So if there's no more comments, I think I'll ask the officer to repeat the what we're considering and whether there's any other amendments that might be coming forward as well.
Thanks, Chair. So the recommendation is set out on page 38 of the officer report. That is to approve.
Sorry, can I interrupt you, Toby? Sorry, Melissa has her hand up.
Apologies, before we get further on, one of the points was around whether or not we could control effectively the curtilages of the free dwellings, and we do have a standard planning condition which we could add, which requires those curtilages to be laid out and maintained. I just wonder if we want to include that in the recommendation before we get to that point. Thank you, Chair.
So, Chair, through you, so that perhaps it is worth members discussing before we get to the recommendation, then these three additional conditions that have been raised as possibly additions to it. The first one was removal of Class A, which is extensions to dwellings. So the applicants, if they were granted permission and built the house, would not be able to extend it without applying for planning permission or erect an outbuilding within the garden without planning permission. The second provision would be removal of rights to change from a dwelling house to a small-scale HMO Class C4. And the third, which I think officers would feel comfortable applying, would be a condition setting out that the curtilage, as defined on the approved site plan, is maintained for the approved house.
Does anybody have any comments on those? Would anybody not want those included if the vote was to accept the officer's recommendation?
In terms of access for things like down the pathway, is that a civil matter? Just so obviously, I'm assuming that the applicant would sort that out, but so people have the right to take their bins up the access route. Is that included in that condition, or is that something that needs to be just sorted out for civil things?
That's a civil matter, but the condition that we would use effectively would ensure that the garden for the host dwellings remained the same size. In effect, we have had circumstances in the past where you've had subdivision of subdivision, and so that kind of precludes that arrangement without specific planning permission.
So I might have Councillor Howard.
Could we just clarify, you mentioned Class C HMO, small-scale HMO. Is that national context, or is that in the local licensable threshold?
That's a national permitted development right, councillor. Yeah, that exists for any house at the moment that is occupied as a dwelling house is able to change to Class C4, which is a small scale HMO, to allow up to 6 people living there without the need for planning permission. So what I'm suggesting is that it is an option for members to remove that particular permitted development right. Officers aren't recommending it, I need to be clear, it is an option for members.
But so even under that, there would still be it could still be an HMO of some number of people, two unrelated people, 3 unrelated people is fine, but beyond.
No, they'd have to apply
For any number of non-related people.
Yeah, for any house in multiple occupation, they would have to apply for planning permission if that condition were put on the permission.
I did ask earlier about short-term lets and the equivalent of Airbnbs. Is there, there's nothing, anyone who has a home, whether it's self-built or not, there's an allowance for 90 days Airbnb or short-term let use. Is there a way to control that?
Not really, Chair. The 90-day rule is not enshrined in any law, but it has been used in various cases to establish when a change of use has taken place. But I don't think you could prohibit that through planning permission. The council, in that circumstance, if it was convinced that there was a change of use to an Airbnb, would have to consider whether it was expedient to take enforcement action or not. But that is not what is being proposed here.
So, committee, do we need to vote on this, about these extra considerations?
I think, Chair, it looked as if to me through affirmation that most members appear to be in agreement that there was no objection to those 3 conditions that I mentioned being appended to the recommendation.
Okay, so Toby, would you read out the recommendation with the amendments as well? Thank you.
So it's set out on page 38 that is to approve, subject to a section 106 unilateral undertaking to secure self-build status and monitoring costs. It is subject to the planning conditions as set out with minor amendments to those conditions as drafted, delegated to officers, and in addition, 3 conditions. The first would be to remove Class A permitted development rights. The second would be to remove the ability to change from a dwelling house to a small-scale HMO Class C4. And the third would be to control the curtilage of the proposed dwelling so that it is maintained in perpetuity. Thank you.
So, those in favour of the officer's recommendation, raise your hands. 3. Are those against? 2. So the officer's recommendations with the amendment is agreed. I think we'll have a 15-minute break now. Thank you. Where are you going, Bob? Oh. Okay, we'll make a start now when we're back on the live feed. Okay, welcome back, everyone. The next item 6 is planning application 25/05057/HFUL at 2 Elder Close. And we have the case officer, Lays Fakada, to do the presentation. Thank you.
So I'll start now. So the application reference is 25//05057 HFUL, and site address is 2 Elder Close, Cambridge, Cambridgeshire, CB4 1XY. And the description of the proposal reads as erection of a carport to the front of the dwelling. And the application it's been presented to the planning committee because it's related to a member of staff. So the site lies within a Cambridge residential area in the King Edges ward. And to the north, there is a green field, and south and west, southeast and west, there are residential properties. There is an attached garage on the edge of on the eastern edge of the dwelling, and there are no relevant planning constraints linked to the site, besides that it is within a controlled parking zone. Moving on to the proposed and existing elevations, as the existing on the left-hand side and the proposed on the right-hand side. The proposed carport would be a coated steel frame with clear glazed roof panels. As you can see here, it would be approximately 2.7 meters in height, and it would be positioned within the front curtilage of the property, utilizing the existing frontage area. Officers consider that development would be an acceptable addition to the dwelling, as it would maintain its open frontage and it would only utilize the existing parking area. This is just a roof view of how it would look like. There is also a proposed dropped curb and an area of resin-bound gravel paving to the front, but has 2 Elder Close is not an adopted highway. This does not need planning permission and could be done under permitted development. There have been 2 comments objecting to the proposal, raising concerns related to character, appearance, and potential negative impact on adjacent green space and its maintenance, also drainage. Those have been addressed in the officer's report. It is known that this is not a common feature within the area, but its scale wouldn't cause any harm to the existing dwelling or to the surroundings. The local highways authority also objected to the proposal, stating that the applicant has not demonstrated that the proposed parking area would be sufficient to accommodate a clear vehicle of the public highway. However, this is the existing arrangement, so I think it is clear that there is enough space to utilize the proposed area. On balance, officers recommend the approval of the proposal as it would provide a functional and visually appropriate addition to the property, and the proposal would not result in any material harm to the character or appearance of the property and surrounding areas. And there have no neighboring amenities have been, issues have been identified. That's it, really.
Thank you very much, Lace. So are there any questions, clarifications or comments? Councillor Illingworth.
It looks to me from the plans that the car park's going to extend well in front of the building line and also wrap around the house itself. Is that correct?
No, it would not wrap around. The carport would just be here to the front of the dwelling, and the gravel, the extended drop curb is the one that would be just extending slightly forward on the existing pavement.
But on that photograph, the car park would go over both the vehicles that are shown in that photograph.
Well, yeah, it would be a bit to the front and to the eastern elevation of the dwelling.
So my question is, normally development doesn't allow anything to come forward of the building line, and yet this one appears to do just that.
Right. But if you see the building line of 121 here, it wouldn't be much different than what the carport has. We could say that it would be a bit more in relation to number 4.
Yes, 121 is in a different street. I don't know. The building line applies when it's in different streets, but it's clearly in front of the building line of the two houses. I appreciate it's a very small, Elder Close is a very small development.
Yes, that's true, but this would be a very lightweight structure and wouldn't cause any harm to the character of the area.
Okay, thank you.
I've got one question. Is it currently there's there is a proposal to have resin-bound gravel in the section in front of the house. I think resin-bound gravel is impermeable. Is it possible to ensure that we retain a permeable surface in that one section? Thank you.
There is a condition for that within the officer report that permeable material is used to prevent water to fall into the highway.
So, I mean, that element of the proposal, whilst it's shown on the plans, is not, doesn't form part of the actual application that is permitted development. That aspect of what would be done is permitted development. I think best we could do is put it in, but maybe put an informative on the permission, suggest they rethink the surfacing.
Yeah.
Okay, I think if there's no further questions from members, I'll go to the committee manager to summarise the application.
Thanks, Chair. So the recommendations on page 57 is to approve, subject to the planning conditions as set out, with minor amendments to those conditions as drafted, delegated to officers, with the inclusion of an informative to suggest that the applicants consider a permeable form of surface treatment at the front of the property.
All in favour of supporting this?
By unanimous.
That's unanimous, so it's, the approval's been agreed. Thank you. We'll move straight on to item 7, which, once the case officer has come in, thank you very much, Lace. Okay, so the next application is at 33 Paget Road, and we have Dominic Bush, who's the case officer, and will make the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, so as you say, the application is at land to the rear of number 33 Paget Road, and it's a Section 73 application to vary Condition 2, which relates to the approved plans of a previous planning application. The application is before committee today because the City Council are the applicant. Just to briefly set out the planning history, so in August 2024, permission was granted for a full application for the construction of 4 dwellings within the site, along with a number of other minor associated alterations, including the widening of the access from Paget Road itself. Quickly, this is the location plan for the application site. So the site itself within the red line currently comprises 34 council garages, and this is the access that extends to the south and then to the east onto Paget Road here. The dwellings within the blue line are council-owned properties, hence why they're within the blue line for the application. And the application site, the red line, comprised a small area of some of the gardens of these properties. This is just an aerial view of the site. So again, you can see the white roof of the garages along the north, south and western boundaries of the site. And there's also a number of neighbouring residential properties surrounding almost all 4 sides of the site. So along Scottsdown Road to the north here, Anstey Way to the south, and then of course the Paget Road properties to the east. The only approved plan that is sought to be varied as part of this application is the site plan. So the previously approved site plan on the left, and then the current proposed site plan on the right. So the dwellings themselves, which are focused towards the northern half of the site, will remain exactly as previously approved. And then the changes of focus to the southern half of the site. So within the previously approved site plan on the left, you can see there were 5 total car parking spaces, which was allocated as 1 per dwelling, with an additional visitor car parking space, which was this space here. And there was a separate bin collection area, which is denoted by the number 11, which you might just be able to see there. And then the white rectangular spaces here are the cycle storage for each of the 4 units. Then by comparison, looking at the proposed site plan on the right-hand side, there are 4 total car parking spaces. So the visitor car parking space has been removed. There's been an element of the rear garden, number 33 Paget Road, which has been returned back to the neighbouring dwelling. And just to note that the requirement for visitor car parking spaces isn't a policy requirement, it was just a provision that was welcomed by the applicant. The cycle storage that I mentioned a second ago has then been moved slightly further to the west within the site because the car parking spaces, have been shifted slightly further to the north. The bin collection area is then shifted from the standalone space here, previously proposed, and to this area down here along the access road. It's not particularly clear here, but the full width of the access road is approximately 4.8 metres in width. It's narrowed down slightly when you get to the bin collection point, whilst obviously not an ideal width of access given the previous lawful use of the site for a high number of garages. The proposed development, so a fairly significant reduction in the use of that access, and was considered acceptable in terms of safety. And just to clarify, I guess the reason behind the proposal was due to updated guidance from the waste team, who are prioritising curbside collection developments. In this case, curbside collection wasn't suitable because of the drag distance from the properties, but they would be able to reverse, I believe, up to 11 metres into the access, which would significantly reduce the drag distance, and hence the bin collection point where it's currently proposed. Just briefly, this is an updated tracking plan for the access. Shows the tracking for a standard private car, a fire tender vehicle, and then a refuse lorry. So perhaps importantly, the refuse lorry is shown on the bottom left plan, showing that there's adequate space for a refuse lorry to turn, reverse into the site and then drive out in a forward gear. And then the fire tender is shown on the bottom right plan. So I think it was discussed on the first application, but these are approximately 2.4 metres in width, so there's space for them to drive into the site, turn into the turning head at the end of the access and leave in a forward gear. This is just a photo, so this is the access here within this new tarmac space. And you can see a traffic calming measure along Paget Road here, which somewhat restricts vehicular movements outside the site, and there's also car parking on the verge. As you can see, it's uncontrolled car parking for the majority of the surrounding area. I mentioned the previous permission granted approval for the widening of the access, so the access, as approved, extends right up to the side elevation number 33 here, hence the 4.8 metre width. It's currently, in this photo, a lot narrower than that, but the access would be up to the side boundary, number 33. In terms of consultee comments, perhaps most importantly, the waste officer supports the proposed alterations and the refuse arrangement. None of the other consultees have raised any objections. There have been no third-party representations received at all on the application. And just to conclude, officers consider the amendments would overcome the previous concerns from the waste officer regarding the refuse arrangement for the site, and therefore recommendation is for approval subject to conditions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I have a quick question. On the north side of the site, there seems to be another road which comes right down, right to the site. It's Scotsdown Road. Do the residents have access to Scotsdown Road?
No, so this was discussed as part of the initial application. There's a ransom strip of land, which is this very small angular strip here, which meant that access couldn't be achieved from within the sign to Scotsdown Road and vice versa. So it's this small strip at the end of the road here. You can make it like that.
Members, any questions? Councillor Porra. Well, Councillor Porra and then Councillor Tudgett.
I just want to check, we've moved the parking spaces slightly up as you look at them. There just seem to be sort of fairly obvious parking space under the tree. Is that going to be landscapes? So you see where the tree is at the bottom of the right-hand image. I worry that we might just end up with an informal parking space. So I just don't know if you could just comment on whether there's any landscaping or railings or anything there to prevent that, and obviously to protect the tree root protection area. Thanks.
Thank you. Yes, I will just have to double check the conditions that were on the previous permission. I believe there was a landscaping condition attached previously.
Whilst Dominic's looking up, I mean, I've assumed that that area has to remain free of anything so that vehicles can turn round at the end of the driveway.
Yeah, I can't see a hard and soft landscaping, but that space, as Toby says, is necessary for the displays and the tracking to be achieved for some of the larger vehicles. So I don't think it would be suitable for it to be used as a car parking space in any case.
Want to follow on?
Just, are we confident that the landscaping condition covers that, or if not, can we delegate to officers to make sure it does? Just because I think, because with the differences, obviously we've removed the visitor one, and I just wouldn't want, I want to make sure there's some cross-hatching on it or some landscaping, so I'm happy for that to be taken forward. But I think that's relevant to this new application because of the change of the visitor space, so just wonder if you'd consider that.
Can I just quickly follow on? It's just, I wonder if we're losing the visitor space, whether it's possible to have visitor bike parking. Let's have Councillor Todd Jones come in and then we can consider.
Well, the only comment I was going to, it's a small one really, but it was about the proposed bin collection point. Can we be sure that's what it will be used for rather than actual storage?
So, Councillor Thornborough, I think on your visitor cycle parking point, I think it would be something that would be nice to provide, but I don't think we could require them to provide it because of policy, but perhaps an informative might be suitable to suggest that they may wish to consider additional visitor parking for cycles. On the bin collection point, the properties do all have their own bin storage areas. Obviously, it's a difficult matter to enforce private residents to make sure that they use those spaces for storage rather than the bin collection point, but I don't think that would be a matter we could really consider too much at planning stage, but the officers are fairly confident that the collection point, given the importance to keep that fairly clear for vehicle movements in and out of the site, should be kept as just collection.
Councillor Porrer?
One more thing, the H bar that the traffic highways have objected to, I think we're missing an informative, because I think we said we might put an informative in. Or has that been resolved? Because obviously we need to make sure that we're compliant.
No, I think you might be right. There should be an informative added for highways, as they said, the H bar is not suitable.
I actually think there should be an informative suggesting that condition of occupation is that they put the bins away. Although I can see them being left there, but rather than the council or having to get involved, it might be much better if the landlords who are the council could make sure that that's clear in the terms of occupation.
Yeah, it's probably a private management point, but I don't have any objection to an informative.
Any more comments? Okay, I'll go to the committee manager to... Oh, no, we have Councillor Illingworth. Yeah.
So I just wanted it's a very minor point, but you've reduced the length of the garden at number 33. And I think originally that was for the bin store. That is now, the bin collection point. I'm not sure which, but anyway, I think that was the original point. That bit of land doesn't seem to fulfill any function anymore, unless it's going to be landscaped or something.
So I think the intention is on the right-hand image, and I think part of the reason why this application came about was there were difficulties acquiring that land from number 33, although it's a council-owned property. So the intention is now to return that or keep that land as garden space for number 33 because it's not needed for any purpose within the site.
Is that okay, Councillor Illingworth? Yeah. Okay. We'll hand over to the committee manager now.
Thanks. So the recommendations on page 73, it is to approve subject to the planning conditions as set out with minor amendments to the conditions as drafted, delegated to officers. It includes delegated authority to officers to consider whether it's necessary to amend the original hard and soft landscaping condition to further discourage parking in the turning head. And then 3 additional informatives. The first would be to encourage additional cycle parking for visitors. The second in relation to the H-Bar County Council Highways informative, and the third would be with regard to waste bin management, with an encouragement for residents to put away their bins within their allocated spaces.
Any members, those supporting the recommendation?
Aye, unanimous.
Thank you very much. Members, we have item 8 is the appeals report. I don't know if Charlene Harper is with us.
I usually cover that, Chair. There's really not much to cover this time around. There are a number of appeals that have been lurking on the PINS system for a while with regard to these BT hubs, which we refused on the basis of visual and street clutter. And I'm really pleased to say that we've won all of those appeals.
I think congratulations to the planning team to dealing with those. We fully support that, so thank you very much. So members, are there any questions about any appeals or? It's always very interesting if you have the time to read the appeal decisions. It's very, very interesting generally. So committee members, we have the last item is a Hughes Hall members briefing, but that will be after lunch. That has already been agreed, but we will be having an early lunch. So it's now just before 20 past. Why don't we come back at 1:15? So it's a bit longer for lunch, 1:15, because we're finishing so early, and then we'll have that presentation. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name's Toby Williams. I'm the Development Manager for the Greater Cambridge Shared Planning Service. I'm the chair of this pre-app briefing for Hughes Hall. The purpose of this meeting is to give members an insight into evolving proposals for the redevelopment of the Hughes Hall site, including proposals for a new Porter's Lodge building, the erection of a new block comprised of student rooms to the rear of the Fenners building, the redevelopment of Wildman Court for student rooms, teaching and meeting spaces, landscaping, cycle parking and a site-wide energy strategy. Members will note the description of the proposal has been updated from that described on the agenda. The presentation allows councillors to feed into the process at an early stage and raise any questions or concerns that can then be addressed by the developer team prior to a formal planning application being submitted. Whilst the meeting is held in public, it does not form part of the formal decision-making process. All planning applications will be determined in line with the formal processes as adopted by the City Council. So the meeting is in two parts. The first is a presentation from the developer team, and I'll ask you to introduce yourselves shortly. This will last approximately 20 to 30 minutes. And then the second slot is for up to 30 minutes for questions from members. That includes local members as well, not just planning committee members. So just a few other housekeeping notes. The meeting is being recorded and members of planning committee should treat the meeting as if it's a public meeting. The details of the meeting can be subject to a freedom of information request or similar. Can I ask all participants, don't think we have anyone online, but if you are online, please keep yourself muted and your background blurred unless you're invited to speak. If members want to ask a question, please get the attention of the chair by raising your hand. We'll deal with questions after the presentation has finished. Members of planning committee should not express an opinion upon any aspect of today's presentation which might give rise to the view that you have a closed mind to the emerging proposal. That does not prohibit you from exploring any potential issues, concerns that you may have with the proposal. So, understand yep, I think we're all here. I don't have any apologies, so I'll hand over to the developer team to introduce yourselves, please, and provide your presentation.
Thanks a lot. Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to brief members on the estate renewal project that we're undertaking at Hughes Hall and the opportunity to share that. I'm Laurie Smith, I'm the bursar at Hughes Hall, and I'm joined today by Ed Fowles from our architects, Field and Fowles, by Guy Caddish, who is at Bidwell as our planning advisors, and Nick Vose at Marengo, our communications consultant. So I'm just going to say a few things to give some context to the project, and then I'll hand over to Ed to take you through in detail the proposals as they stand. So a few things about the college. So Hughes Hall was founded in 1885 as a teacher training college for women. So it played an important role in widening access to higher education at that time. And that's something we continue to really focus on as a college. We are Cambridge's oldest graduate college, and we're one of 3 colleges in Cambridge that's dedicated to mature students. Over the past 10 years, we've been working closely with the university as part of their growth strategy, and that's meant that as a college, we've taken on a number of additional students, and so we currently have around 900 students in the student body, and that makes us one of the larger colleges by student population size. We're one of the smallest colleges in terms of our campus size. So that is the sort of strategic challenge that the college is facing and dealing with, which is at the moment we can only accommodate around about a third of our students on site in accommodation. The college also has a lack of teaching and study space for that size student body. So the project started really in 2024 when we acquired land adjacent to Fenners from the university, and that gave the college an opportunity to think about its development in terms of a site-wide strategy and approach. One important part of that strategy that we've been focused on as a principle is how do we try, wherever we can, to situate and move new development onto previously developed sites. So we'll Ed will take you through that in detail in a minute, but that's something we've been trying to do to respect the sensitivity of the site and its surroundings. The land transaction with the university also provided the university with an opportunity to continue to make investment into cricket at Fenners. That's something that's obviously important to the university, it's important to the college and for the city as a whole. As part of that transaction, we agreed with the university a no-build zone on the land that we purchased adjacent to the cricket pitch. And so we're bringing forward the proposals in line with that. And the purpose of that agreement was to protect Fenners as a place where it will be, there will be cricket played in perpetuity. We've shared initial plans with neighbours, local stakeholders. We are continuing to listen and take feedback with the local community. That's important to us, and what we've been doing as we've been going through the plans over the last couple of years is also identifying where we can opportunities to improve local amenity. So you'll see in the proposals that we are bringing forward the revitalisation of Covent Garden Hall, which we see as an opportunity to improve amenity for the college, but also the local community, and also through re-landscaping work and potentially talking to local neighbours about instating access for local neighbours at Covent Garden Hall to that re-landscaped area. There are opportunities there which we think will be good for the college, but also good for the local community. So I think that's the context, and Ed will now take us through the proposal.
Thank you, Laurie. So the site sits in on the edge of the Fenners cricket field, and it straddles actually two conservation areas. So in heritage terms, we've been referring to both the Newtown and Glisson Road conservation area and the Mill Road conservation area. The notable listed building on the site is the Margaret Wildman building, which is really the kind of heart of the college. As we've sort of undertaken this project, we've looked very closely at the college's strengths and opportunities. I won't go through them one by one, but in the interest of time, one of the main ambitions is really using this as an opportunity to unite the college estate, which currently is quite fragmented. And the college also has quite a poor arrival sequence in terms of its legibility and its approach. There are obvious challenges building, in this context on the edge of protected open space, building in the context of the Covent Garden houses as well, and really thinking carefully about how we kind of address the kind of uniting of the wider kind of college site. And there's a real kind of, it feels like a weakness in that the Margaret Wildman building itself is quite disconnected from Fenners, with a series of barriers sort of in the way and tarmacked areas. So this slide, as Laurie mentioned, this identifies the no-build zone that was agreed with the university on the purchase of that land. We've taken a site-wide approach to the project and assessed 6 different development areas across the college. So these are highlighted A to F. 3 of those sites were discounted for a range of reasons. Site C, because there are serviceable buildings that still have useful life there, which are housing, student accommodation. Site F was discounted in conversation with planners and earlier pre-app conversations. And Site D is very challenging in terms of its site access being on the boundary of the site with lots of mature trees as well. So the sites that have been really considered for the purpose of college's master plan are Site A, B and E. And this axonometric photograph shows the site in a bit more detail with the context. So as you can see, Site 1 and 2 here are located behind Fenners building. And we've taken the approach to try and get as much of the college's brief on these sites which are building on previously developed land. So this is a car park at the moment, and then there's the temporary Porters Lodge sited here. The third site is on the site of the current pavilion building, which houses a big meeting space and seminar rooms. As you can see, the footprint does increase on that site. And there is an ambition to revitalise Covent Garden Hall, which, as Laurie said, that the intention is to use that, bring it into the use of the college, but also offer it for public use as well. So this sort of captures some of those project goals. I won't repeat them all one for one, but really kind of improving the college arrival and entrance, getting much needed student accommodation onto the college site, and really kind of joining together the whole campus and using those community assets such as Covent Garden Hall and revitalising that building. Sustainability has been really at the heart of the project as well. The college have set really ambitious targets for sustainability. That's both in terms of the operational carbon of the buildings, so looking to achieve net zero operational carbon for the new buildings. As a practice, we believe very strongly in reducing embodied carbon in the materials that we select and use for the construction of those buildings, but also in terms of wider sustainability, biodiversity, and very careful acknowledgement of the challenges around water use and drainage and so on. So some of those practical aspects involve using air source heat pumps for a low energy heat source, photovoltaic panels on the roofs of certainly Site 1, the introduction of more electric charging points, and tanks underground for the storage of water, and we intend to sort of use some of that grey water for flushing toilets and so on. Hand in hand with that sustainability strategy has been a college-wide landscape strategy. So as I mentioned earlier, the site is quite fragmented. It's very strung out across the sort of length of this east-west axis. So there is an intention that both the buildings and the landscape help to really stitch together the heritage assets of the college and create a much more inviting community heart to the college. That also extends to improving landscape all the way down the eastern edge of the cricket field. The cricket field is very sort of unbiodiverse by its very nature, being just grass. So there's a wish to kind of create a bit more biodiversity on that fringe, both for student community use, but also for opening up to local community use as well. So as has been mentioned, we're aware that we're encroaching onto protected open space. There is provision, as you know, in the Cambridge local plan that allows for construction in protected open space, and we've tried to minimise that as much as possible. As Laurie has said, there's been conversations with the cricket club, with Fenners, about ensuring that first-class cricket can be maintained on this site. So any development has been very, very kind of minimal in terms of its encroachment into this area. And it also is for the purpose of teaching, learning, meeting spaces, as well as the enabling the Covent Garden Hall to become a useful community convening space for the college. We're also expanding the amount of green space across the college and its biodiversity, and with the intention of some wet areas as well, which as you know, kind of really enhances biodiversity. So this really captures the key kind of areas where we're kind of encroaching there. There's a small additional building onto the cricket school, which is being relocated from this current red zone here, and that's for, I believe, sort of storage of cricket equipment. In terms of access, we're maintaining the access underneath Venice, and indeed trying to improve the sight line as well. It's actually quite disconnected, the sort of visibility underneath Venice. Access via Gresham Court is maintained, and there's the ambition to reintroduce an entrance from Covent Garden, which would be accessible by residents as well to gain access to Fenners. That's something that we're kind of consulting the local community on at the moment. There's also been a site-wide inclusion strategy. So not just creating new buildings that are accessible and inclusive, but trying to deal with current access issues to existing historic buildings and listed buildings. So at point B, we're actually incorporating a new lift and staircase, which will make the whole eastern wing of the Margaret Wildman building accessible. And we're also looking at making more of a level access into the sort of ground floor of Margaret Wildman building at the moment. So that's been an important strand within the project, as well as accessible outdoor spaces. So I'm going to zoom into the 4 different development areas, beginning with Site 1. And at the moment, this is a car park, first and foremost. There are some redundant buildings along the northern edge, and the gated access into the car park and then down under into the Fenners cricket ground. So at the moment there is this very underwhelming approach. The college at the moment has a temporary porter's lodge, which is a porter cabin, which is under a sort of temporary planning application, which needs to be made permanent at some point. And then the access into the dining hall itself is very, very underwhelming. So this picture to the bottom right here shows the college's entrance to its dining hall, which is its main convening space, which is in need of improvement and modernisation. As I mentioned earlier, the placement of we've described as Mortimer Villa at the end of Mortimer Road really creates this opportunity to improve the sort of bookmark at the end of that road. Looking at the back of the Fenners building isn't particularly attractive, so the building is intended to be taking its cues from the very handsome villas on Mortimer Road. We then have the second building on this site, which it actually adjoins the Fenners building, which is in grey here, and it deals with lots of the kind of challenging levels issues, access issues, creating a much more legible entrance into the Fenners building, and then creating a more dignified entrance to the college where the porters have their facilities. And here is a existing photo on the left, and on the right some of the emerging kind of massing studies for those buildings. So on the right hand side we have Mortimer Court, which is a 5-storey building. And as I mentioned, this is really accommodating the bulk of the student accommodation at this end of the site. And then this element here is the Porter's Lodge building. So on the ground floor, we're trying to get as much of the sort of hard-working area where there's not any kind of views out, a sort of private road at this lower level, and we have bedrooms on the southern edge. And as we go up the building, we can see the arrangement of bedrooms on 2 sides of the corridor and kitchens on the corners. And as we move around slightly, as we get closer to the existing college entrance, we see this would be the kind of the new gateway, which would allow members of the public to access Fenners and vehicular access as well down onto the pitch. This is turning again, sort of 90 degrees as we look into the college today, with the Porter's Lodge on the right-hand side. And the intention is to replace that with a much more dignified Porter's Lodge gatehouse building. The entrance sort of marked by this arched entrance and a covered walkway. The ground floor plan shows the Porter's Lodge in this location. There's a covered walkway which take members of the college into the centre of college. A new kind of arrival space for visitors perhaps coming for an evening meal or a formal dinner into college, or for an event or a conference. And then deep in the plan, the kind of porters' facilities. And as we move up, this building accommodates a further 16 bedrooms as well, which are located on the northern edge there, with a combination of kitchens and meeting rooms on the ends of the building. So in section, the larger of the 2 buildings, Mortimer Court, as I mentioned, is a 5-storey building. The height of the ridge is very close to the height of the Fenners building, so it's really been modelled on its neighbouring context there. Then moving across to Site 3, so this is the building that adjoins the Margaret Wildman building. At the moment, there's a very kind of underwhelming arrival into the heart of the college. There's a lot of tarmac at the front of the Margaret Wildman building. There's a lot of sort of barriers between the different areas. It's quite segregated. There are level changes and steps. And also the pavilion building isn't currently fulfilling the college's need for the amount of teaching and learning spaces and a larger congregation space for its members and community. The ambition is to actually move the function of that to the existing building, Covent Garden Hall, which we see as very positive in terms of sustainability, trying to revitalise an existing asset that the college has. But there's also an ambition to open up the site a little more to the Fenners cricket ground. At the moment, there's a modern brick and metalwork barrier between the two. So the master plan looks to create one central court, which is much more legible as the centre of college. It improves the setting of the listed Margaret Wildman building, and we place much of the academic purpose of the college along the edge of this. So we have a lot of the administrative functions of the college in the Margaret Wildman building, and then study space and meeting space along this western and southern edge. Then on the eastern side, we have bedrooms on the ground floor. As you can see here, on the left-hand side is the existing context with a very large expanse of tarmac and car parking, and this ambition to create a more legible sort of heart to the college with a three-storey building facing onto this central court, albeit it steps down to 2 stories on the eastern side facing Covent Garden. We've been working closely with a landscape designer who has been looking at how this might be transformed really into a really green and inviting space with lots of areas for students to spill out into the landscape. So here, as I touched on, there's the student study space, which gives on to this new green space, the student bedrooms. We have the new circulation core, which provides accessibility to the Margaret Wildman building. And then at the southern end, what we've described as the kind of the pavilion, but it's modelled very much on the design of cricket pavilion structures. So it has a much lighter weight feel and appearance with long overhanging eaves. And at the first floor, we have seminar space and meeting space at the top of that area, as well as bedrooms in the wing that adjoins Margaret Wildman. And then, as you can see, there's a second floor on the western side, but then only 2 stories on the eastern side. And here we can see a view across Fenners of the existing condition and the proposed massing. We've also brought a model that members might want to look at during the session. So here you can see the slight change in architectural language as we kind of meet the edge of the cricket pitch with a kind of balcony and long overhanging eaves looking over the cricket pitch. Moving on to the condition with the boundary with Covent Garden. These 2 sections are taken at 2 different points. One being one of the closest points, which is about 11 metres from the back of one of the houses to the existing condition, and another further south where you have the current pavilion building, and that's 16 metres. Obviously, the plot is tapering, so the distances vary, and the backs of the buildings are varying as well, but this is a sampling of 2 conditions. And on this slide, so in red, we see the existing building massing, and behind in grey is the proposed building massing. So we have a 2-storey building with a pitched roof on this edge. What we've tried to do is move the building back as far as possible. So it's actually set a couple of metres back from where the existing building line is, albeit the eave line is higher than that previous building. Apart from at the pavilion building where that, if you take the section through the centre of that building, it was a bit higher at the top there at the lantern. The boundary has a brick wall along it and a line of pollarded lime trees, which are deciduous. So there is an intention to maintain this as kind of a heavily planted screen between the college side and the neighbours' side, and we have been in consultations with neighbours on the matter of this boundary. We appreciate its absolute sensitivity. So we're working very closely with our landscape team, with the existing trees and sort of shrubs in that location, and indeed the massing and materiality of the building itself and its architectural expression. So this is a kind of an early study of what the architecture may feel like. We're trying to break down each pair of bedrooms into bays, and whilst there is no risk of overlooking at ground floor level, at the first floor level there is the challenge of potential overlooking. So the strategy is to use, whilst we want to give the sense for students of daylight coming in, there will be obscured glazing facing to the east, but then with the ability of windows with clear glazing looking down into this sort of gardened area. And that's a detail we've been in conversation with planning officers, and indeed we had a design review panel about 3 weeks ago, which was really, really helpful to discuss the overall design and strategy of the site with them. I think I'm probably running over time, but I'll just conclude very briefly with the works to Covent Garden Hall. This had been rented out to East Anglia University, a sort of drama group, used to use it for many years, and it's now come into the use of the college, and they're enthusiastically wishing to renew it. It's looking quite tired, the access arrangements are quite poor, so there's an ambition to, whilst it's not a listed building, it's a building of local interest, so the college would like to restore the building, and that will involve adding a small single-storey addition to that building. We're taking away some other additions to improve kitchen and toilet facilities and access facilities. And that concludes the presentation. So just to summarise some of the ambitions of the project, so really wishing to sort of transform that arrival into Hughes Hall for the future. Looking at it really holistically as a sort of college-wide project and improving the setting of all of the listed buildings on site. Obviously bringing student accommodation, which is much needed on site for the college community. And some of the next steps, really, we're continuing with our consultation with the local community. We have our pre-application number 4 scheduled for May, and we're intending hopefully to submit full planning this summer. Thank you.
That's brilliant. Thank you, Ed. Thank you, Laurie. I suggest if members haven't had a look, if we just take 2-3 minutes to have a look at the model, then we'll come back and have the questions. Apologies, I forgot to mention also that the case officer, Phoebe Carter, is sitting quietly at the back of the room, but Phoebe has been mainly interfacing on behalf of planning officers associated with the kind of pre-app process. Right, over to members for questions. Councillor Thornborough.
It's interesting to hear about the strategies you've got, and I want to ask whether you might be developing a water strategy. I know that you put up about the water efficiency design for the building, but a lot of colleges, and I think you're talking about a decarbonisation site-wide. Is it possible? Would you be considering a kind of site-wide water strategy? I think it's we've got such an issue with water and there are opportunities to deal with water. There are extra benefits by looking at all the existing buildings, not just one new building. So we would really like a kind of a Hughes Hall sponge college to try to get all the rainwater out of the shed, out of the wastewater system. And I think you talked about the water, wet water, and so that could be part of a quite extensive water design. That was sort of one thing. Another thing was you talked about air source heat pumps and PVs. Are you going to be using batteries as well? Because that seems to be an important part of decarbonising. And then my last one is, you mentioned about local community use for the open space. Can you just tell us a little bit more about that? Thanks.
I can answer the two sustainability questions and perhaps hand over to Laurie to answer the community access point. So on the water use, yes, that's been very much in our minds and with the landscape designers as well, for it not to be siloed, not just thinking about buildings and landscape in isolation, but so we're currently provision for lots of underground storage tanks, but also visible areas. So this is a swale area just to the south of the pavilion building to accommodate those moments of excess water, but also have the ability to store large volumes of water on site, both for kind of using for irrigation, but also for flushing of toilets, grey water use within the buildings. So absolutely, there is a site-wide water strategy in motion, and that's something that we hope to develop further through the pre-apps and ultimately form part of the application. I believe we are using batteries as well to get the most from our PV array, and I think kind of in combination with vehicle charging points. I know the engineer that we're working with on the sustainability is very interested in big picture thinking in terms of energy use, and could there be energy storage in cars on site that then gets back into the buildings? I think there's a lot of potential. We're right next to a car park as well, so I think there's a huge potential there. On the community point.
Yeah, so it's something we're discussing with the neighbours, particularly at Covent Garden at the moment. So I think the college is keen to explore the opportunity to provide access at Covent Garden into what will be a re-landscaped area by Fenners. Obviously, we need to take views of the different residents on that. I think overall our sense is from residents that may be a positive thing, but we need to obviously handle sensitively and carefully any increased footfall in that part of Covent Garden. So it's something we'll continue to discuss, but I think the college is very much open to that as an option.
Great. Councillor Pora.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I agree with Councillor Thornborough on water, definitely. Had a few questions. I notice you're aiming for BREEAM Excellent. We've had quite a few coming at outstanding, so I'd urge you to consider, because these are new buildings, so it's not a conversion. Obviously, it's outside the local plan, but we do see some really exemplar ones coming forward. You mentioned that obviously you're going to add on-site accommodation. I don't know if your students live in houses that you own locally. We have had a couple of colleges where they have built on-site, they have then released those houses back into the market. So, and I believe we had a condition about that, so that's just putting that out there, that is obviously something that might be worth considering. Slightly concerned about the obscure glass in the students' rooms. I understand the principle, but I think the light's quite important. So I think as and when you come back to planning, it would be really useful to have some reassurance that those rooms are not just going to be dingy, or whether there's a way of leaving a bit at the top or something. My main concern, I have to say, sits around the Porter's Lodge, the way it interacts with those other buildings. The massing is quite substantial, the style is quite different. I do appreciate the thing that's there already. The red brick is of a certain style, shall we say. 5 stories is... Some of the views, I understand where you're taking it from. There are a couple of views when you're looking at the nearest house where it was quite a step up. And it's a design choice. I'd be interested to hear some of the rationale about the quite blocky chimney and the blocky end of the Porter's Lodge that sticks up. It just, to me, I hadn't quite got what cues you were taking to do those, other than obviously getting in. I appreciate the need for more rooms in there. And it's a contrasting style, so I suppose either now or when it comes forward, I did have a few questions around how well that works. Thank you.
I think would you like me to come back on those points now? Or so I think there's naturally a lot of design development to follow. Perhaps in future stages we can share much more material views showing how we're. As a practice, we're very interested in the Queen Anne style of the Margaret Wildman building. So our starting point really is the Queen Anne building, and taking points of reference from that. So the ambition is to use red brick in places, elements of stone for decorative moments, lintels, columns. So the college has a very strong ambition for them to be high quality buildings, and it's the entrance to the college. So I think they're incredibly important. I think you raised very good points, and we'll want to further develop that.
There was a point in there certainly around housing release as well, and I don't know,
I could take that one.
Laura, if you want to talk about kind of where students are living at the moment as a starting point.
Yeah, so the majority of students that aren't on site are in private housing. In the city, we have a small number of additional properties. We currently have a waiting list of about 160 for sites, for accommodation on site. So we're currently planning to build 115 rooms, so we will still have a waiting list. What we hope it might enable us to do is to release a small number of properties that we're renting at the moment from other landlords, so to release those back, and not at the moment to release the small number of properties that we own, but I think long term the aim is to continue to revisit that and to see whether that is an option for the college.
I suppose what I'm looking at, when you walk up Gresham Road, I presume you own those red brick, quite modern red brick with the square chimneys, with the pointy roofs, which is between the tennis court and the Fenners flat, or maybe
Yes, Gresham Court.
Yes,
yep.
The big, I suppose the architecture there, you've got the same style of roof, so I think that's probably where I was coming from, that it's very blocky in the 5-storey bit. So, thank you.
Great, okay. I've got Councillor Davies next, then Mike Todd-Jones, then Ellingworth.
Thank you, Chair. And as you can probably imagine, I'm here as the ward councillor, so my representations are obviously having listened to our local residents. There's 2 really that I'd like to go into, and there's kind of spin-off questions from that. One is about protected open space, and I know you've got a slide there, and it would be helpful to go back to that, but the main one, again, is about massing as it looks over Covent. And there's an excellent slide that you've put up earlier on, which shows the current massing overlooking over Covent Garden and the proposed massing. It would be helpful if we could go into that in a little bit more detail, and what you've done to ameliorate some of the concerns of local people as to how you can then protect their views from their gardens. And that's not just in terms of height, but also in terms of the length of the proposed building. So I'd be very grateful if it's not that one, it's the one, that one. That's the one, and the one after it, I think. There we go. That's the slide. If you could just tell us a bit about what you've done and how you've gone about trying to ameliorate any impact on the people of Covent Garden. I think that's probably the thing that's most of interest to local people. Thank you.
So I think there are three main methods here, really. One being that we've tried to make the building as narrow as we possibly can, whilst obviously we're trying to meet a brief for the college, and as I've talked about, we're trying to get as much of the accommodation onto the west side of the site, onto the car park site. So we've minimised the accommodation in this building as much as possible. We've minimised the width, but indeed we do, to meet the numbers, need 2 rows of bedrooms along a corridor. But that has allowed us to bring the building footprint back slightly from the existing. So that, I think, the first step has been, can we bring the building as far back as possible? The second point is to reduce the height as much as possible on this side. As I mentioned earlier, the ground floor rooms aren't such an issue because they don't have any overlooking potential. So it's really the first floor bedrooms that are the issue. So here, we've stepped the building down.
Which one are you referring to? The top? Forgive me, Chair. You referred to the top. Okay.
The first floor. So we've broken the building down by reducing the height of this point. So this is the eave of the building, which we feel is in character with the terraced houses that it neighbours. It's of a similar scale, and indeed some of the terraced houses on Covent Garden have roof extensions, dormers, and so on. So as we move back, we do go up to a second floor, but this is really the element that faces onto the Margaret Wildman Court, and it feels very peculiar, just as the setting of the Margaret Wildman building, to sort of have a much more diminutive building sat next to it, and indeed we wouldn't meet the college's brief. There is a sort of threshold at which the project doesn't become viable for them. So that's another strategy, sort of the stepping of the section of the building. And then in terms of maybe go back to the plan of the building, we've tried as best as possible. I mean, the distances get better as you go south. We're much further away from the backs of properties by this point, and indeed we're trying to step away from those residences so that the sight lines from there are as unimpeded as possible. We noted on the model that there is one house that actually has a blank wall here and it faces south. So its sort of garden sits here, and we're trying our best to step the building and the mass away as much as possible as we move south. And I think it's worth noting that sort of from about this line is where the new footprint starts. So from that point, we've tried to edge it as much as possible away.
Again, the protected open space question. I realise you're trying to minimise the impact, but again, I was trying to work out whether that is it now a done deal, or will you be looking to expand if needs be?
So is that question, are we looking to expand further?
I suppose the reassurance is you're not looking to use more protected open space. I think that's probably,
The proposals brought forward are the only plans that the college has at this point, and obviously the decision to sort of improve landscaping and put in attenuation and those things into the space between Wildman Court and Covent Garden Hall is because we think that is the important use and the way we want to use that land for students, but also, as I say, opening it up hopefully for residents. I just want to add one other thing to what Ed said. The decision to revitalise Covent Garden Hall was also an opportunity we saw to reduce the length of that extension, because at the moment the pavilion event space is in that area, which we obviously need to replace that functionality. But Covent Garden Hall was a really good opportunity to do that without extending further than we need to on Wildman Court.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. So I've got Councillor Todd Jones next.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just trying to follow up on some of Councillor Porter's comments, which is about the juxtaposition of the new proposal and existing buildings. And often we can get proposals that are very different but can complement each other, or something that's much more sympathetic to what's existing, rather than, say, the danger of perhaps slipping into a halfway house. But I wanted to ask about the materials and whether perhaps more thought can be given in terms of, you might have a quite different building, but the materials might be very sympathetic to the existing older building on the site, and whether there might be perhaps a bit more consideration to that aspect of the proposal.
Yes, I think kind of what we've presented today is very immaterial. They're just line drawings. I think we wanted to give a sense of the massing of each of the buildings and their placement. We're only at the end of REPA Stage 3, REPA Stage 2, and we're just beginning Stage 3, which is where we would dive into a lot more detail in terms of the materiality and the material richness, but it's certainly something that we believe very passionately in, and we'll be looking to the Margaret Wellman building as our starting point in terms of its beautiful brick detailing and the sort of flourishes of the Queen Anne style of that building. So I think, yes, whilst some of the moves are perhaps more contemporary in terms of scale and volume, I think the materiality can be very complementary, and it perhaps really kind of complements that idea that we're trying to unify a college that's quite disparate at the moment. It has lots of different buildings and styles, and actually we'd like there to be one more unified feeling to the college and legibility to the buildings which form part of the college grounds.
Okay, thank you. So I've got Councillor Illingworth.
Thank you, Chair. A couple of points. Because you're increasing the number of accommodation units, this obviously means the amount of black water, for want of a better word, will increase. Now, our experience when plans come to us, they will come, or they do come, with an objection from Anglian Water who say they can't cope with any extra black water. We get around this by imposing something called Grampian conditions, which means if we pass planning permission, you can go ahead and build, but you can't use the buildings for their intended purpose. I just wonder if you've considered this issue, because it seems to me something of a risk to build something and then not be able to use it. My second question is to do with access to Fenners. Now, according to social media, which I know isn't always the best source of information, Fenners used to be open to the public, and it is not now. Can you just explain what your plans are in future? Because you've said you're going to open it to the public. I imagine you do not want dogs running across the cricket pitch itself, or indeed people walking across a cricket pitch. So can you just explain what you mean by opening it up to the public?
Shall I take that point first? Thanks a lot. So from the college's knowledge, but again, this is imperfect possibly, we're not aware of there being a public right-of-way onto Fenners previously. So it is an open space, but it's not a public open space. In terms of access, the proposals, the land purchase in 2024 hasn't changed anything, but we are very keen to continue to work with the university and with others, including the cricket club, to make sure there is full access to the cricket ground for the playing of cricket, for the spectating of cricket. That is sort of balanced with a need to continue to think about sort of security of the site in evenings, after dark, etc. So at the moment, we try to manage that access with and via the Porter's Lodge, where anyone can have access to the ground at any point, but we leave the gates open fully on match days. And so that's one strategy we have at the moment. On the Gresham roadside, where there is the cricket school, we've recently agreed with the cricket club that all members now have card access, just to make that access into the cricket school easier. And then on Covent Garden Hall, what we're really talking about is exploring with the very near neighbours on Covent Garden, card access to that new landscaped area. So we wouldn't be envisaging sort of full public access onto Fenners, but sort of more managed access for local residents.
Okay, thank you.
Members, do you have any other questions? Oh, there's a question, yes, about the foul water Grampian condition.
Thank you. Yes, we're very familiar with that matter, as this committee has dealt with many a time. So we are looking at that in terms of the water strategy and linked things in terms of minimising, where we can, our net load, but ultimately the Grampian condition situation might still be in play by the time this application comes through. But we're monitoring, as you are, the situation all the time.
I think if I can just add some context to that, I believe Anglian Water will be able to kind of ratify its position on what it intends to do with lack of capacity at the wastewater treatment works in the summer of this year. So I think by the time any application on this site comes forward, we'll have a clearer idea. And officers have not always followed Anglian Water's advice in terms of Grampian conditions either. I would caution we have not always seen it as something that is entirely necessary. Yeah, so Councillor Thornbridge, you had another question.
Just back on water and that issue. Last summer it was a very dry summer. There was no pollution event going into the waterways here because there was no rainwater going into the mixed sewers that we have. So I'm just saying, we all have a where we can have influence to look at where the rainwater goes, particularly you've got a lot of open space, and try and stop the existing rainwater going into the sewers and keeping it on the site wherever possible. So for big landowners, that will mean actually looking at doing investigations to see where it goes. But I suspect that would help a lot in the future.
Thank you. Councillors, any other questions? I think one, if I could be permitted to ask a question that members might find useful, is just in terms of the engagement strategy with local residents. I understand there's been some engagement already, but future engagement and then timing for a possible application or applications in the future. What does that picture look like?
Yeah, very, very happy to take that. So Laurie has more details, but the project in terms of the residents' experience of it started back in 2024. And following that, we've started re-engaging again in January 2026 with an event for our near neighbours. We also met again last night with our near neighbours to share this information and the model that is in front of you today. We are planning a further session in probably late May, which will look at access, and it will also look at Covent Garden Hall. And we'd then like to run a further session following that as a final wrap-up of all of the proposals and the additional detail that Ed has been talking through before we submit in the summer. So we are trying our best to meet with our neighbours, to reassure them, to demonstrate how the scheme is evolving as much as we can.
Great, thank you. That's very useful. So it doesn't look like there are any other questions. So I'll just say thank you to the developer team, councillors and members of the public for coming today. The briefing has been recorded, so that'll be available to view on the council's YouTube video, as I understand it. Thank you all for attending. See you all at some point in the future.
Can I just, Chair, sorry, one last thing before we move. So I think the committee, we work well together over the years, and I think we have developed a very good working relationship. And I'd just like to thank Councillor Matthew Howard for all of his input into this committee. We've really enjoyed having you here. I know you're not restanding, and good luck for the future. Thank you.